Hello. 100 dudes vs. 1 Charlie ball. Sounds like a good time. What's my... I'm at 60 FPS, yeah. Marcus, how's it going? Ma berry. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Inflation? Just what you needed. I'm glad to hear it. Amethyst, hello. Alright, what the friggity frick am I doing? Oh, pardon me. I keep burping. Right, those are up and down cells. Up cells, down cells. In cells, out cells. Let me just have a gaze. Alright, let me go into here, and then we're just going to get this value here. I wish I could normalize. Oh, I guess I know the range, don't I? It's like within 100-ish. You know, let's just say 50 units. Divide by 50, add 1, divide by 2. And then we don't need that absolute. Or maybe we do. No, I guess if I know the midpoint is... that's the trouble though. I don't know what the midpoint is to scale it around. I mean, this is fine, yeah. So this is all the blue is... What the fuck? Alright, well that probably still needs to go into here. Oh no, I can just do a bigger divisor at the end. Don't know about the gorilla, but I could beat off 100 dudes. Fair enough. No judgment. It's just so annoying because, yeah, all the negative values come through. Oh, sorry, don't come through. Because, yeah, you can see here, right? I've set this up as almost like a little wind tunnel. Where, like, here's a mountain. Well, there's a few mountains. I mean, they're shaped like giant doodads. Right? Yeah, obviously if we look at the blue, the lift. Everything over here is lifting up. But then everything here is lifting down, but you can't see it because it's a negative value. So it's just hard to visualize. Actually, you know how I could visualize it easily? You know, I probably need to just clean up this this whole thing here. It's an absolute fuckfest. These are our terrain normals. Now that is a ball. That's a ball if ever I've seen one. Funny students had a specific guy on an experienced control rig guy to help with. Turns out they all charge $80 an hour. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Ain't nobody got money for that. Although I kind of understand. I mean, maybe like in a full-time job, they get paid less, but usually for like short-term stuff, I usually charge like double. What's the move against GFCF for a height map? It's a height map that then gets converted into kind of an SDF. Well, it's like a boundary map with the boundaries. So I get the terrain mask, and I move it left, right, up, down, back, front, and get the... It essentially, it cuts out a nice step, I realized. Let's say I've got... Let's make it blue. Let's say this is the terrain, right? Let's just say it's hard voxelized. What I do is for this cell, get all the surrounding terrain cells, or terrain mask, and then bake that into this cell as, you know, a positive Z value. Because in heaps of fluid sims I've seen, they have to go through and it's really dumb. But, you know, for something like a pressure iteration, they have to go through and they have to check a pressure iteration. They have to go through and they have to check for every neighboring thingo, sample the terrain stuff, and see if there is something in the cell, and then if that, whatever. But what I do is pre-compute all of that information into vectors. Huh? What? Sorry, let me turn my bitrate down. Oh, slight minor F? Okay. It must be, refresh fix it? Okay, okay. Did... Marb, did the YouTube stream go down at all, or hiccup? Or was it just the... Okay, no, maybe it was YouTube as well. Stuck in a loop. Oh god. Is it okay now? How's it going? Let me look on YouTube. I reset my internet and oh no, it says it's still live. 19 watching on the YouTube. Alright. Well, anyway. Yeah, so what I do is... Yeah, I just set my bit rate to be way lower. My upload speed was at like 5 megabit per second earlier, which I was like, whoa, that's crazy. Maybe it was just like being dumb. But anyway, so what I do is I pre-compute all of the cells that are next to the terrain mask. And like obviously these ones all get set to 0. And these ones are all... I don't fucking know what they are. And so yeah, these get populated with vectors. So this one says, oh yeah, we're pointing up and we're pointing right. Same with this one, same with that one, whatever. I might experiment with extending it out further, like blurring it or something. So like, yeah, we've got this normal boundary. But I've set it up so that my boundaries are softened, or they're able to be soft. So something can be like a 0.5. Because I want to work with like as little cells as possible. So yeah, that's just something I does do. All right, let's get our debug fella going. But yeah, so then what I can do is, rather than needing to sample 6 times, sample the boundary, I can just sample once in that cell, and then, you know, if I absolute that and... the reason I absolute it is because... At least the way I've got it set up, you can never be adjacent to a negative X and a positive X, because it's made for terrain and whatnot. There should never really be anything that's like that fine. And even then, it would cancel it out. If there was a negative direction X and a positive direction X, it would just be 0X in the end. But, yeah, just absolute, and then, I mean, in this case, what it's saying is, if it's next to a boundary, if it's next to an X boundary, then the pressure, the X pressure, should be 0. And then also, if it is in the same... It's like if X negative and the velocity is X negative, then it gives us a positive pressure value. Because essentially, like, if we were here, and for some reason our wind velocity was moving this way, then it's essentially creating like a vacuum here. So we want it to build up negative pressure so that it will be like, oh yeah, we'll do this, and then it blurs it out, and then it computes the gradient of that to like suck air in to that point. And then obviously the opposite, if it's going into the boundary, we want it to then build up positive pressure and explode outwards like that. And yeah, I could just do that with one pre-computed value. Although technically I'm doing it every frame, which I really don't need to do. It's just there was a weird bug. But I can probably do that like that now. Alright, so that's working. Let's just grab one for wind velocity. Yeah, this will all become very important very soon. Because I think today I'm gonna do the rain stuff. Well, no. Technically, I have to do the temperature stuff first, and then once temperature's in there, then it's all good. How many ways is there to make a day-night system? There is a billion ways to make a day-night system. Why is this not giving us anything? Wind velocity. I think it's because of this. If I just say always and always, I'm guessing the terrain mask is being set. Yeah, see? I'll just keep computing it all the time now. It's fine. Also, my boundary condition's a bit freaky. Let's go a nice 10 meters per second wind. What am I cooking? I'm cooking a weather simulation. Yeah, night cow, the make a day-night system, you can just do... Well, I mean, there's kind of only one way to do a day-night system, and that's just to have the time. You know, goes from 0 up to however long the day is, and then it starts again. And then usually you will have like a curve. A curve that determines the, you know, the position of the sun, the color of the sun. For example, you know, my time of day system. It's kind of... Let me just hide that for a sec. Where's Time Manager? So mine just has a 0 to 1 value for the time. And then, based on that value, from that 0 to 1 value, I've got a position... sun position and an intensity value. So how what's the value of the skylight, what's the value of the direct light, and then I've also got what is the sun's direct color, so the color of the directional light from 0 to 1, and then the ambient color, which is the skylight, and then the fog colors, and then fog color 2, which is like the kind of atmospheric fog stuff, which I've kind of got disabled at the moment, but yeah. And so yeah, as the time goes, those values do their thing. You can see that, you know, the sun is orange, but like the ambient light isn't very bright yet. And then as we go up to midday, it's like pretty much white light. And, you know, the ambient light is more thingoed. And then, yeah, then it just goes back down. Hell yeah. Feels like I can conjure some juicy conspiracies. I mean, yeah, true. Maybe it's Bowder. Whoa. Why is this, blue? Hello? You cheeky dog. Is it because that's gone No, that's just the thingo values. That's our softness. Why blue? Oh wait, is it going negative? No, that doesn't make sense. RGB. Oh wait, where are our R values? Oh, they're all negative R values. Right. Okay, no, never mind. Yeah, because we're blowing the wind. You know what, let me just fucking... Let me do the wind the other way real quick. Let's go positive 10. See how that goes. Right, now I can see it. And yeah, we're getting orographic lift, hopefully. Oreographic lift. Oreo lift. Got a sweet little... We got wind lines. Oh, who would have thought that wind lines were like a real thing? Anyway. Yeah, this isn't too terrible. Well, I can see some stuff happening. With a gentle breeze. Alright. Alright, let me just close that. Let me just look away. Shit. Alright, sorry, let me hide that. I know my GPU will survive. Lex. Fully unrelated questions, feel free to skip his Niagara able to handle bullet casing ejection currently spawning BP so they can get collision sounds, which might be silly. You could you could do it, yeah, purely in Niagara. Which would be... It would be better because, you know, pooling and spawning, you know, spawning a particle is obviously way less effort than, like, for the computer, than spawning an actor. You could... If you use CPU particles, you can really easily get collision data back in to the... You can do like a Niagara event callback. So yeah, they could collide really easily. And then also... thingamajig. And yeah, you'd just have an event, or like a receiver of the event, that then receives the on-bullet collided thing, and then you could play a sound, you know. The other thing, and this is something that most games would do, is that you just you just play a bullet ting sound after some delay. You don't actually, like, what's it called? You don't actually do any kind of collision checking and whatnot. You just, yeah, have a gunshot. I mean, a lot of gunshot. How do I even put it? Like, let's say you're doing like a bunch of gunshots. Because gunshots are so loud, you never hear the bullets, you know, pinging. And then it's just from the last gunshot, delay of like, I don't know, 0.6 seconds, and then play the ping sound. That's how, like, 99% of games do it. Like Call of Duty, whatever. Audio? Yeah, we're talking about audio. Someone's just asking about bullet cases and, you know, bullet hitting ground sounds. There you go, chuck it in the chat. Actually, they're on YouTube. I'll read it out letter by letter. We're using physics collision blueprint, SF, the matrix, max pain, affect the bullets bouncing is... true. Okay, yeah. Yeah. No, yeah. In that case, if it is really important, because, yeah, you're obviously seeing them all moving in slow motion, and then you see them hit something, then, yeah, you could do a Niagara callback. Which is just like event callback, what's it called? I think it's like its own data interface or something. Alright, let's continue catching. Yeah, Jed, how's it going? Nice tree. Untitled, is this all Niagara? Yes, this is all Niagara. Worth noting, Unreal Engine is adding a built-in day-night cycle in 5.6. Hell yeah, another thing for them to create and then abandon within a few months. That heaps of people will adopt And they'll be like, oh my god, this is so great. And then it just never gets finished. And then they're just stuck with a half-finished system for their project, you know? Just like the Unreal Water plugin. Still want to continue Prismatic of the game? Yeah. I'm just doing framework stuff at the moment for the game, but also just like general game framework things. New Unreal half-baked feature? Hell yeah. Is that in YouTube? Yeah, actually, I think because you're a mod in YouTube chat, you could send it. Okay, let's do... Let me get this guy. Chuck him in here. Now, there was this debug die that I was dicking with. Which I don't know if it's disappearing or not, or if it's just... Let me do a clamp of a vector 4. Zero. Well, no. Let's go 1, 1, 1, 10. Oh, no. Fuck you. 0, 0, 0, 0. And then 1, 1, 1, 10. Maybe 100. Fuck it. Yeah. We've seen the blasphemous made from Elden Ring. How do you think they made the small lines moving around on the sword? I feel like it would be too costly. Not too sure though. I'm pretty sure it's all just like vertex, you know, like shader stuff. So you essentially like the little arms have like a pivot. They're pivot painted. And then they're vertex painted from root to tip. And then there's just a little like sine wave with random offset kind of thing that they just jiggle around with. Either that or it's like a baked vertex animation. At least that's how I would do it. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't do bones for that kind of thing. Debug direct to render target. Okay, so then we've got previous vector 4 value. This is called debug die. Die. Time to die. Die. Shit, it's going backwards. You fool. Tyrael was a fool to have trusted me. Let's see. Where the fuggles? Let's go negative. Negative 20. Why not? Right, Alright, so they should be hitting the mountains and stuff. Yeah. Are they lifting, though? That's what I want to know. Yeah, they are. They're just not lifting as much. Maybe it would... If my pressure iterations were higher, maybe then we would get more. Oh no, we get instability. Oh, that's because the fucking over-relaxation's way too high. Alright, what if there wasn't any over-relaxation? What would be causing the pressure to shit itself? Alright, so that's 32 iterations of pressure solving. But yeah, still, these aren't advecting upwards that much. Then we end up just losing some. I need to look into pre-computed Poisson filters. If anyone knows what that means, instead of doing an iterative thingo. So I go back to ocean wave simulating. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Alright, let me get float value. Get previous float value. Let's get... Oh no, I didn't want to fucking... Croissant instance? Yeah. Alright, go away, Visual Studio. Every time I, like... Happens all the time, right? I go in to double-click to change the name, but I just click on the node instead, and it opens up fucking Visual Studio, and it takes, like, 60 years to open. Like, bruh. Get out. No one likes you. Fuck off. Thank you. So this is... Wind velocity... Poisseur. Which we can... Let's use that as the alpha. Oh, but that won't have negative pressure, will it? Oh, I can do absolute, actually. Or actually, better yet, I could grab the wind velocity... no, wind pressure gradient. So at any given time, what is the pressure doing to our stuff? And I could mask that by the pressure thing. Wish you could just say, well, yeah, I know. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be so... Oh, this isn't even plugged in, you dick ball. You ball dicker. So why is the pressure... Oh, because that's positive and that's negative? Why do you look like this? I mean, here's the pressure. So yeah, it is saying... Move up. Pretty much. Oh, it's not as powerful as I would have. Pressure. times 10. The other thing that could be affecting it, now that I think about it, is the fact that the roof is capped. Like we're doing a velocity inversion up the top. Maybe if I was doing a velocity zeroing, it would be... Where do I do that, though? Is it at the advection stage? No. I think it's in here, right? No, that's the doodad. Because, yeah, we want things to be able to lift over the mountains. Why is this pressure? Oh, right. It's positive pressure because we're just like forcing wind in here. Because of the... We're just overriding the wind velocity at the boundary. That's why we're getting this funky thing. Oops. Right, so now there's pressure everywhere, which makes more sense. It's just a matter of where the hell is it? I mean, you can see here, there's like some haloing. I'll just like yeet this up. Fair chunk. And we will be able to see it. Yeah, I don't know. I think I need to... Yeah, it needs to be coming out further, you know? And yeah, I think this top boundary, because it's like compressing it into this small funnel rather than just letting it rise up and over. The problem with that, though, is that... That, yeah, we're getting like a giant lift here. But it's just not as... I don't know. It might be fine for like... Because like the reason that I want this to have enough lift before going over the mountain is that if moist air moves towards the mountain, then it lifts up and over, which cools it down, and then it should start raining, and it should be really dry over here. So maybe that's enough. I just feel like the divergence calculation, I mean, I've tried it before. I feel like it needs to factor in, you know, things smacking against the, what's it called? The terrain. If I just like chuck this into here. Yeah, that's great. Maybe just straight in. I've done this before and it just didn't end up twerking. Yeah, so this is ballooning. Is it ballooning out of control though? I don't know. No, okay, so this is just like adding it's pretty much just putting pressure in, like, you know, coming out of the terrain mask. So that's not ideal. I think it's fine. I think we just, you know, I think we just YOLO. It looks right. But yes, there are these giant lift zones. Like that. Yeah, and even with the upper boundary, I think it's fine, so... Yeah. And then we get this nice little turbulent flow behind the mountains. Swag. So much swag. Alright, yeah, I'll just leave the divergence as it is. Okay. Let's now... So if I get our debug die values... Die. Time to die. I guess what I can do... Let me actually get the die alpha. Die alpha as the alpha. And then the absolute wind velocity as the color. And then when I'm doing this add die at boundary, instead of doing it down here, which is Z, this, let's do it at the midpoint. So this is like above the terrain. You know, I can make it bigger as well. Yeah, so it is lifting slightly. I mean, you can see it in the color. But it's just not... I don't know, maybe I've just... Like, it should actually be going up. Because, like, imagine this is our humidity value or something. Should definitely... Maybe... Where am I advecting the fucking... Advect debug die. After pressure gradient's been solved. Wind velocity. Advect die. And you're getting wind velocity. Yeah. Vector. Let's just allow it to access out of bounds. We're then dissipating it by some value. And then that goes into the new die value. Yeah, you can see the lift, right? You can see that, yeah, this is moving, well, up in the positive direction. But it's just not moving enough. Like... I don't know. Or, like, is it enough to be moving up? Let's just force it to move 10 times more up and down than side to side. Oh, is it? No, it wouldn't be because of delta time. So now it's moving more up and down than previously. And now you can see, yeah, it's actually lifting. But I shouldn't have to rely on like a hack like that, you know? Wait, hold my dick real quick. This is unit. Oh, well, yeah, fuck. Maybe that's... Ah, fuck. Yeah, no, that's it. That's it. I'm just really stupid. Oh, no, cell size. Da-da-da. Hold on. This looks way more... Like, because we're not in a cube volume, right? When we're saying, like, cell size world space... Because, like, the unit, right? In XY... You know, it's like from 0 up here to 1 over there, and in the Y direction, it's 0 here, 1 over there. But in the Z direction, right, it's like 0 here and 1 just up here. It's like, how many 32s in 128? Like, 4? So, like, our velocities are all correct. It's just the advection needs to be 4 times more in the Z direction than the other 2. Or whatever the ratio is. Which means also in the advection... I'm trying to think anywhere else that uses... I think it's literally just advecting the wind velocity. So when we do that, advect wind velocity, this needs to be multiplied by whatever the ratio is. Which I could use variables for, but I'm just too lazy to do that right now, so... That would be why, and that's why all the die... Oh, maybe... Okay, this changes everything. Maybe. Who knows? Unit. Is it times 4 or... Yeah, no, it is. But that should be like up here. How much in unit space does it move? Yeah, fuck, I totally forgot we're not in a cube. If I'd done it in a cube, then it would be fine, but... Alright, so... Cell size world space times 2 divided by velocity. That gives us the... That gives us, like, the amount... Yeah, and then I should probably multiply it after this. I don't know if it really makes a difference. I think it does, but I can't remember. I don't know, my mouse keeps fucking doodle fucking. Very interesting. Where the fuck is that? That's delta time. And that should be 2 cell size, 2 times cell size, yeah. And then that multiplied by this, chuck you into there. Wait, where the fuck did our vector go? Wait, where the Where's my damn wind? Come back. Wind, here. You... The advection of the wind, velocity, terrain normals, do all this. Subtract so that if there's an empty cell, it discounts that cell. Bam. Velocity multiplied by delta time divided by cell size times 2. Then adjusted for the width to height ratio. Subtract that from the position. Frack it so it can wrap around. That should be a thing. Alright, how's this gonna go? So our mountains are like here-ish somewhere. I can see it, yeah, becoming positive. Is it lifting? I don't fucking know. This is right at the tip of a mountain. I mean, these are very slow winds as well, so... What if I set it to, like, 40 up and down? So that is the velocity times delta. Yeah, like, that's definitely going up and over the thing. Now it's hitting the roof, though. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell without this shit here. Come here, you dog. Debugging texture. What's it looking at? It's just looking for... Right, it doesn't have the alpha going in. Yeah, so that's probably lifting a bit too much. I I mean, it honestly might not be a bad idea to have, like, an additional orographic advection value. Because, yeah, the main thing is that we need to push clouds up slightly right before a mountain. Cool. All right. A 100 meters per second wind. Whoa. Imagine that, just like destroying. I wonder what that looks like from the surface, you know? Do you have tutorials for beginners? I kind of do. I mean, a lot of my videos are more beginner, intermediate level stuff. But... 8K HD OLED premium technology, real-time quadruple A game, smart screen fridge weather system right here. Hell yeah. That's it. Look how fast the wind's going. Actually, do I have my character anywhere? No, no booba. Oh, no, I don't do SK. What about, like, character? What's the... It's base... humanoid? Oh, this is like the old one. Yeah, whatever. Cool. Base man. Based man. So yeah, that's probably a bit too fast winds, but yeah. But yeah. Maybe I will keep it at -10. No, because it's remapped. So it doesn't actually matter. Alright, +10. Yeah. Although, you know what I could do? If I am doing... if I know what the value is, I can add an offset in this texture sample. I can just get 3 for and just be like -10. Let's get a little subtract. Oh, That's for subtract. No, that's not subtract. Nice. Let's put that guy into there. And then if I do this, in theory, I should be able to, like... Positive 10? Oh, subtract. Right. So that should, like, get rid of this fog, this haze. No? Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. I haven't divided it by a number, have I? No. Maybe because it's not... I guess it would have slowed down. Let's actually just make this a parameter. This is called the see-through offset. So now I can just, like, add a global offset to the velocity. Just to be able to see in a bit better. Also, I think this is scaled incorrectly. That looks a bit more... less fucked. Alright. So now the fun stuff happens. Such as... fuck. Well, actually, firstly, why does this... not work on reset only? Oh no, it does. Cool. Oh, is it just not in this that it works? No, it clearly does. Huh. But then this one, execute behavior on simulation reset. So it'll do that, then it should do that, then it should do everything else. Aha! So why have you forsaken me? Compute terrain boundaries. Data interface on simulation reset. Can I just, like, fucking say iterate twice? What's the difference between that and that? Compute terrain boundaries on simulation reset. So why would it not? It knows where the terrain mask is. Number of cells, blah blah blah. Should probably do that into the Y. Getting previous float value terrain mask from the dude. Compute the normals. That's all fine. So why can it not? What if I add just a dummy stage in between the... Yeah, it does nothing. Playing with the ruler shader prismatic escape using the material instance on the spline doesn't make it flow in the right direction. Is there a parameter to tweak? Are you drawing it to the water data RVT? Or, like, do you have the... You need to have the water data RVT set up in your level. Because the river works by drawing its own direction to the RVT and then reading from the RVT to do the flow map stuff. That way they can all blend together without any fricking around. Maybe if I just like fuck with this a bit. Is that gonna get angry? Data interface. Render target volume, whatever. That should get angry. Yeah. Terrain grid 2D. Yeah, whatever. Now switch it to atmosphere grid 3D. GPU dispatch force override. Nope. I just don't know why this isn't computing on simulation reset. Like, it has the data, it gets set here. So why is it getting shitty? Maybe I'll just try... Oh, fuck. Maybe I'll try renaming it. I'm running out of ideas. And the spline will be artificial spline doesn't have the option details. It should be doing it itself in the spline actor. If you go into the spline actor and you then go to where it's adding the spline component, just double check if you click on the add spline mesh component, you'll be able to see in the details over on the side where it tells it like what mesh to use. There should be settings for the RVT there. So it should be doing it itself, but yeah, just make sure that the water data RVT actually exists in the level. Like, you've got the volume set up. And whatnot. Yeah, I'm so lost. Why is this not on simulation reset? On the frame when the simulation is reset. Stage will run every frame. Okay, but like, why do I don't want to run it every frame. Like, yeah, okay, now it works. Okay, yeah. Also just make sure, I mean, you've probably already done it, but just make sure the RVT volume covers the entire Z area that you're looking to work in. It's like a really common pitfall is that people start with like a flat landscape, they put their RVT volumes in and go snap to landscape, and everything's like working fine, but the RVT is like 1 unit tall, and then as soon as they start sculpting and moving things up and down, they're like, oh, why is my RVT broken? So that's just a thing to look out for. Right, set initial 2D values. Let's doodlius McDickius. Sample texture 2D. Sampling the thing. This is the oh no, that's the height. That's the normals. Right, the alpha is... Pretty sure the alpha was the water mask. Awesome. Alright, let's get water. We also need a terrain temperature. context, blah, blah. I guess we just use that. Well, we have the elevation. But that height value is... Yeah. If we want to know if you like answer, yes, Amethyst. Go for it. Gopher. What does the water mask look like? Let's just go back to this guy. So it is 0 at the water. No. It's 1 at the water, 0 on terrain. So 1 is the water. Water's initial temperature, fuck it, 10 degrees, whatever. And then our land, we'll just say, you know, you can be 20 or some shit. And then obviously with elevation, that would change naturally. This is just for like initial conditions. Given the elevation... So I don't actually need... No, I do still need the terrain normals for doing water runoff. So yeah, I think I should keep that there. Should I have a friendship on node A that's between... between node A and node B, and then another one on node B that's also between between A and B, which would be just be friends with there. So that's what I was saying about having the friendships be objects rather than a struct. Because then, like, if you make a change to... Let's say you change the friendship between A and B to be like a curved, you know, Bezier curve type or something. You'd only have to change that on the friendship object. So the friendship object would reference A and B, but A would just be referencing the friendship. A wouldn't actually know anything about B, I guess. Yeah. It'd be like a long distance friendship, you know? They have to like send info through the mail, which is the object. So you'd just have, for each node, they'd have an array of friendship objects rather than an array of structs. The struct made sense in my head when I suggested it, but then I realized that, yeah, you'd need to, Yeah, the struct... If you could reference one struct entry between two different arrays, which, like, I think you can do pretty easily in C++. Just have a pointer to a struct. But in Blueprint, it gets... Blueprint's just really finicky with, like, you know, whether it's a copy or whether it's a reference and all that kind of shit. So an object is just probably a safer way to do it. Because where the water material has weird flow patterns, so where the water is supposed to flow slower, going the other way around, for example. Ah, yeah. It could be, actually, try increasing the resolution of the water data RVT. Try upping the resolution, and if that doesn't work, try disabling texture compression on the water data RVT. Because that was something that I had when I was doing my waves stuff. The RVT compression was causing... Because, like, I do, like, a kind of distance field for my shorelines, which will be coming in the next update. But it was, like, some of the interpolated values were just giga fucked up. So, yeah. Fringe audio just between two nodes. Yeah. So, you've got node A. You've got node B. Let's do AB. And then you've got the friendship node, or the friendship object in the middle, which is an object instance. And so, and then you've got, you know, D over here. And C here. Here's C, here's D. They've all got their, you know, they're just going to be balls. They're just going to be balls. So, the A node has an array of objects. So, it's referencing, its array would have its friendship with B and its friendship with D. And then D would reference that same object and this one, and then, oh, better if I do it in different colors. Like that. But they'd never directly link to one another. But you can obviously, you can still do the pathfinding stuff, or like the, you know, find enclosed room algorithm by doing A, and, you know, just getting its friendship, and then getting the one that its friends... So the friendship can only have two nodes. So you would say, okay, for A, get my friendship, get the node that isn't self, that is not equal to self. So you'd just say, what would it be? You could just do like a selector or something. Like a branch. And do... You'd have node A. Then you'd be asking the friendship, get the other node. And I guess you could just check the first node. If that isn't equal to self, then you know that it's the other node. So you could just have a single branch that gives you the proper return. Node 1 or node 2. Not equal to self. Or is equal to self. Would probably be better. Yep. Yeah, I could just remember doing this with the with that pathfinding algorithm thingo. And I remember it being a pain in the ass. I hate walls? Yeah, me too. I'm about to go Kyle on these walls. I hate drywall. I hate drywall with a passion. Get this man a Monster Energy. No, I don't drink energy drinks. Someone does, though. Oh, do I have to fucking... How do I... Okay, so this is a bit fricky, right? So in this system, in this weather system, at least in the simulation side of things, I ignore adiabatic temperature fluctuation, right? Because it doesn't actually matter, and it just introduces a bunch of fuckization that I just don't want to deal with. However, the... I just so much you didn't want me to drink one. No, it's because the smell makes me feel so sick. The smell is just like... Oh. You know what I mean? When you've had that many, like, vodka Red Bulls spilled all over you and your camera from, like, doing nightclub photography, you just hate the smell of, like, any kind of... Oh, it's just... Oh. I need a coffee. I'm gonna make a coffee. I need a coffee to, like, rinse my taste buds from just thinking about gross-ass energy drinks. Ugh. Ugh. Was this like... Smell of rum? True, true. Down the bottom, this, and at the top, probably 0. But yeah, what I was thinking is like the the absolute. So like as you go up, right? Let's say we're chilling here. Also, I want to get rid of this frickin' light function. Where's the time guy? Light function. Just fuck off. Light function. Oh, right. Oh, wait, disabled brightness. Is that like where the light function isn't? That's dumb as hell. Anyway, I just want to clear that. Yeah, it's better. Alright. So, as we go up a mountain, the air gets cooler, but it isn't getting cooler because something's cooling it down. It's because the air pressure decreases. Which means that, like, if wind moves up, it gets cooler, but it doesn't actually change the temperature gradient. You know what I'm saying? So, rather than have to, like, deal with, you know, pressure gradient bullshit, or, like, having a pressure gradient offset, I just figured, like, I can just fucking ignore it. However, that means that, like, up here in our simulation, we might have you know, like 20-degree air or something. So I have to... I guess I can do the same for the what's it called? The terrain. Just give it like an atmospheric temperature offset. So that, like, let's say there was no... Let's say that the... Let's say there was no snow on this gigantic pyramid, right? So yeah, let's say this was the same albedo as, like, all the rest of the terrain. And the sun was hitting it. We can just say, oh yeah, it was at 10 degrees, and then it's, like, warming up to 20 or whatever. But then in real land, like, for the character, as you go up there, you know, you lose, what is it, like 10 degrees per adiabatic cooling rate. For dry air, unsaturated air, the adiabatic lapse rate is approximately 9.8 degrees per kilometer. The air cools. Oh, but then for saturated air, it's holding as much water vapor as it can. Adiabatic lapse rate is significantly lower, around 5 degrees per kilometer. Moisture condenses in saturated air, releases latent heat, which slows down the cooling process. That should be easy. So just calculate as... Because, like, the thing is, right? Like, a game world isn't kilometers and kilometers high. You want to, like, condense it down into something playable. But we still want to see the effects of, like, you know, snow and shit. Temperatures like mountains can influence adiabatic cooling. When air is forced to rise over a mountain, it expands and cools. Adiabatic lava potentially leading to cloud formation, precipitation on the windward side. The winds are blowing from the leeward side. The side sheltered from the wind. The air sinks and compresses, warming up, potentially leading to a rain shadow effect, less precipitation. So can I just do... Could I just do a fixed offset based on elevation? I guess I can. That way I don't have to, like, fuck with having actual temperature differences based on atmosphere. That just sounds way more stable. So 1 kilometer, I'll just do 1 kilometer 10 degrees. Oh, well, no, it's not even, I guess, cooling per kilometer or something. Or per cell, or per 100 meters. Muhammad, can I question why you not use Material Blueprint? Why do you choose this? So with Niagara, you have access to state. Because it's like, it's a compute shader. So, you know, I can get the previous frame's values and iterate on them, whereas in a material, you're just telling it what to do each frame. You can't actually, you know, like, you wouldn't be able to do a fluid simulation in... I mean, you can do it in materials using draw material to render target, but that way of doing stuff is like a bit outdated in Unreal. It still works, but it's like way, way slower, like computationally, and you've just got less flexibility. So Niagara is like the way to go. Which I've got videos that I need to edit of oh, where the hell's the yeah. I have videos to edit for you know, how to do this kind of thing. Oops. So I'm doing a video on how to set this up. Where am I? There it is. How to do this in Niagara. That'll be like a 2-part. Or it's like 3 videos away. I have to do the video about custom Niagara functions. Then I have to do the one about grid 2D basics. And then do one about fluid simulation. How to kind of doodle with that. Ooh. Swag. Nice bowls. You know what I could do in this one? Just for a bit of fun. If this was the subdivided plane. And, oh, shit, it was smaller. More advantageous in terms of performance, or more costly? It's way more performant than the blueprint stuff. Much more. Sorry, not blueprint. The material, draw material to render target functions. Ah, I inverted this somehow. What is it 0.4? It'd be like 0.42, right? Shit, what's calculator? What is 120, 512, how many 120s? 4.26. Or 0. There you go. But yeah, like this is like a 512 by 512 simulation, and it doesn't drop me below 120 FPS. I just wanted to do this. Blah blah blah. In the projection pressure iteration, fluid pressure, projection, that had a relaxation value. And then draw to render target. Right. Final color. What we could do is get a previous float value. Fluid pressure. And put that into the alpha. That's the wrong thing. I could even do it here. Try enable texture compression off, increase the size of vector, but still no impact. I wonder what it is then. There might be a... Oh, you know what it could be? Because I do it to the base color. I think I know what it is. It is supposed to be YCOCG. What? I think... also, what version? Are you on the latest version of it? Because there was a bit of... Oh, no, that didn't affect the rivers, I don't think. Yeah. What you'll need to do, I think this could be it. Just get, like, a giant plane. Just... By default, your material is full of fire flowing the wrong direction. Is that in the test level or in your level? Because I think what needs to be done is that you need to set a default color by getting, like, a giant plane. And I think there's a material in the RVTs folder called, like, water data default color or something. And you need to make sure that it gets drawn first by setting its translucency sort order to, like, -100. And just make sure it covers the whole level. Because they don't let you just set a default color in RVTs for some dumb reason. But that's what would be happening because the water flow gets drawn to the color, the RGB stuff, so that they can blend together nicely. But because it doesn't let you store negative values or values outside of 1 in the RVT, I have to manually remap it. So the no flow values need to be at 0.5. And so what's happening is that by default, the rivers are running in the negative X and Y directions at maximum speed. Which would be that, yeah, when you put them down and it draws the thing, it's fading the edges out to those negative values. So yeah, it would be the default color stuff. I'll need to make a note of that for people that are doodling with it. It's still, like, experimental, I guess. So I haven't, like, done all the proper, like, video documentation for all the water stuff. Yeah. It should be called... you know, I can have a look at it right now. Oh my god, why is my freaking... I need to take my mouse apart again. What's the maximum? Yeah, nice. Oh god, that's a big value. Hold on. Divide by... God, what would the pressure values be going up to? Whoa. Whoa. There we go. That was so simple. Yeah, I forgot that you could just get the pressure, like the corrective pressure, and just use that as a height map. So smart. How did I get this smart? Obviously joking. Unless... Because you're inspired to make my own weather system for a map maker I'm building? Hell yeah. Weather is fun, honestly. Yeah, what is this? Fluid Ninja? Now we're fluiding. Now we're fluidous. Investor creating ripples of material? Both. Both. It's bending the verts and then making thingo in the material. Why is final color? Oh, right, because I cocked around with this. Yeah, nice. All right, so this will be like the tutorial. This will be like the what's it called? The thing. I think what I also want to do when I do this video is to mess around with, or like, you know, teach writing multiple render targets and using them in different ways. So like this one is the the final color or something. And then using another render target for like the velocities, you know. Yeah, I do while I stream. I cap 60 FPS. But this runs at like over 120 FPS. So it's barely doing anything. I mean, if you think about it, oh, that looks fucking dope. I didn't realize when I do a vortex, because it has negative pressure, that it's gonna like kind of create, you know, a low zone in the middle. It's funny. True, they're not gonna do... Actually, that's probably another thing I'd need to do in the video, is based on the Z velocity. It's something I do in Prismatiscape, is based on the Z velocity, you do a vector field. Because it's obviously a 2D simulation, so when you blop something in, you'd want it to swoosh outwards. That's something I do in Pscape. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, what's 100 and... Calculator. What's 512 times 512? That's only like, yeah, 250,000 GPU particles. You know? Only. Let's get back to work. No more tutorial previews. I don't know whether I should move Prismatiscape to use like an incompressible fluid method. Maybe I should for like the water velocity and maybe the wind. I don't know. Or like have a toggle for it. Have like an option you can disable and whatnot. Because, yeah, I just find that the ripples, when you're using, like, a true, like, an accurate... Well, again, this is, like, a shallow fluid sim. That's, like, what it's called in computational fluid dynamics. But... So this is, like, a puddle, and this is the actual movement of the water mass around. Whereas in... actual, like, water and shit. It's like a completely different... Like, water ripples are different to that entirely. So, like, water ripples are, like, capillary ripples. Which is more like a sound wave rather than actual water mass moving around. But then I think, yeah, like the water velocity stuff here and the movement here, I could maybe do that as a incompressible fluids thing. Because that's kind of what I was going for. But yeah, I don't know. I might just have a legacy option for these ones. Same with the wind. I mean, the wind, again, it travels nicely. But it's just like... it's a bit boring. I mean, there is like noise for it, but I don't know. Anyway, back to work. And by work, I mean recreational weather simulation. Lars, how much learning time do you think it takes for someone from scratch to get a job in the gaming industry? Define from scratch. Like, for example, if you're like 80 years old and you've never heard of video games before, that's different from someone that has, you know, played video games their whole life or grew up with video games versus someone that's always been interested in video games but is maybe approaching from a different angle, you know? Like, if you're already an artist, then moving into doing art for games is... where the... oh, that's in the old shit folder. Moving into doing art for games is probably a quick transition. So yeah, it depends on the definition of from scratch. It's getting cold in here. All right, we need some things. Was it hitting winter time now? Yeah, it's freezing. Although this weekend should be decently warm. The New Zealand's flooding should probably check news. Jesus. To get a job in game development is probably my difficult than more difficult than just learning and being good at it. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's make a new parameter. Wait, where the hell am I? Who the hell is Steve Jobs? Window, parameters, there it is. All right, user exposed. Let's call this, it's a float value. Adiabatic cooling per 100 M. Also, I need to pee, so I'll be right back. Hello. I have coffee again. Okay, so we are. You know what? I'm gonna make another backup of this, just in case I cock it up. Core simulation, duplicate, core simulation, backup 3, and then we go here. Cool. Alrighty. And just leave that because it looks cool. You know what? Fuck it. Full screen. Full screen. Also, I might just, real quick, restart my engine because I feel like it memory leaks like mad. If you looked at the Ark Raiders, seems like a dope game. I haven't heard about it. I'm pretty out of the loop with games. Someone the other day said there was an indie game coming out called Voidbreaker that uses Prismatiscape or something. Pretty funny. Alright, so set initial to D. So this is going to be our terrain temperature. So then we need to... Oh, so I can probably just ignore that. Just do equal everywhere, because... That's the thing, right? The coolness on the top of a mountain doesn't cause an outflow all the time, because the only reason that the air is cooler up on top of a mountain is because the air pressure is less. Therefore, as soon as that air moves down, it warms up again. So, yeah, I think that the call, and I've said this like 100 times, I think I'm just copium, but I think the call is to factor out adiabatic cooling. Yeah. Also, sea level should be this one. It should be called terrain surface normals, because we don't actually care about. And then that just yeah. That derives the Z. Derive Ds. Yo, any derivers in the chat? Yo, who up deriving the Z value? What's Niagara particle system for? This is for semi-realistic weather simulation. Weather and climate simulation. So as you can see, this is where it's at right now. Do that in 3D view. Oh god. And then Maybe just pump it up a bit. You know what? I've still got these like debug vortexes and stuff in here. Maybe I could do no boundary and just do a vortex. No, keep the die. Boundary conditions. There we go. Compile. So yeah, this is the wind. This is the wind in the game. Like the global wind for like the whole world. Change this offset value back to 0. Yep. Cool. So it's like quite coarse. As in, it's like 1 cell per 100 meters. I did have a character somewhere. But yeah, essentially this drives rain, snow, temperature, other things, smoke, ash clouds, pretty much whatever you want to use it for. We're getting some nice deflection up this ball. It's promising. If you've ever played Vintage Story, it kind of does something similar to this, although the wind in that game is very, like, unidirectional, but you still get, like, mountains and rain and all that kind of stuff. So at the moment, we are just simulating or adding the parameters for temperature and temperature gradients. And then the temperature gradient is what is going to actually cause, you know, wind to form. So if we'd set all of our initial 2D values... Oop. That's temperature... Oh, pardon me. So yeah, I don't think we have to actually dick with the starting... I mean, I can... Let's just go starting temperature. Starting atmosphere temp. And that can just be a straight up value. Air temperature. Right, so we need to... I'm trying to think the best way to do it. To, like, transfer our terrain values to the air, right? I guess we have to do it on our... can I set values from a 2D guy? Set initials, compute terrain boundary, blah, blah, blah. Terrain. So let's call this one. I'll enable you again. You are called terrain atmosphere. Fuck, what do you call it? Interchange. Terrain atmosphere interchange. And this should happen all the time. So yeah, I just need to figure out, do I want it to be... scratch pad. Interchange values. Because we could just do... you know, get the grid 2D, the terrain, and the grid 3D. May as well rename that to terrain, grid, and the atmosphere grid. And then, you know, for each, so execution index to grid index. I'd have to do like a little... If I go set vector value, or set float value. Okay, so that sets it at an actual index. Although, that's probably the way to go. And I'd probably just have to set two of them like an interpolated value. So if I said, okay, for XY, XY, and then we do some math to figure out which index in Z it is, and then blend between them based on how close it is and whatever. Then... yeah, chill out. The fuck? Right, you're not... oh, you're not even hooked in. So this would be air temperature. And air temperature. Let me just get this set up nicely. Yeah, this should work quite nicely. Because this is setting the value directly. But we're going to be accessing previous value here. From previous right. So, set air temperature. I can probably yeet them up here. Yeah. Yeah, okay, this is going to be epic. What is rate of temperature exchange between terrain and air? Rate of temperature exchange between terrain and air is primarily influenced by altitude and other factors like air pressure and humidity. Generally, as altitude increases, the air temperature decreases at a rate of blah 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 blah. In the standard atmosphere, this is known as the lapse rate. Okay, I don't care about the lapse rate. I care about like the actual transfer. Heat transfer rate does depend on temperature difference. So I guess it's just a lerp. That we like lerp the air towards the land and the land towards the air. So that, like, if the land heats up, then it heats the air up. But it also cools it down. So it reaches equilibrium at some point. Oh my god, can this just, like, fucking not be there? What the fuck? Why isn't it level? Fuck you. Do I have the terrain elevation? Terrain grid. Atmosphere grid. Terrain set, no, not set initial 2D. Terrain height, which is just this directly into there. That's the absolute height value. But then in the initial 3D parameters, how the fuck was I doing that? Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. So we can go float terrain height. That should just be able to come from the stack. And then, based on terrain height divided by cell size world space, should give us the total number of cells. Should give us the cell height here. Alright, so... Oh, fuck. If... Calculator. Hello. So, we're 32 cells high. Our cell size is like 100 meters. So, at 5,000 meters, okay, that's a bit extreme. 500 meters divided by the cell size, that would be the 5th cell up. So we then, oh shit, how do we get... If we round this, and then subtract round from original, and then, conversely, subtract original from round, then we have our two lerp values, right? Our, like, interpolated values. So the round... Well, no. Okay, no. Hold on. Let's just go seal and floor. This gives us our upper Z. This gives us our... Fuck off. Upper Z? No, be a fucking... integer, you shitlord. There you go. And yeah, the difference between these things would give us the lerp value. And the hidden planes don't get the exact same results for the river. Interesting. Did you change the YCOCG compression thing back? I'm trying to think what else might be wrong with it. Is the resolution still high enough and whatnot? Okay, so let's say we had 5.36. Six minus 5.36 gives us this. And then if it's 5, then it would be 5. So it would be floor. No, it would be the value minus the floor, and then the seal minus the dude. Alright, there we go. Math. That gives us our 2 lerping values. Waka! Nice to see ya. It's been going quite well. I'm currently just having a great old time. Just doing a weather simulation, because just for fun, you know? Just having a laugh. So just not giving them the same results than the elements. Yeah, I'm trying to think what it could be. Is your level? Try upping the resolution, because if your level is bigger in total size, then it will kind of stretch it out differently. Alright, so this is where we're going to exchange all of our values. So, oh shit, get the frick over here, yeah. I need to set this up in a way that it... You know, I might put these up here. Because this is going to turn into like a giga function, you know? You know, we love our giga functions. I wish that... This pisses me off, but I wish that you could set attributes by name. Because, like, it all fucking... Oh, no. Fucking Visual Studio. Fuck my life. Fuck Visual Studio. Get out. Get out of here. Oh my god, fuck off. There we go. Sorry, what was I saying? Right, yeah. So all of, like, these shaders get compiled. So, like, surely you could just have a fucking... Like, why can I not expose that by pin or some shit? Like, how fucking lazy. I don't know. It's just dumb. Because, like, yeah, you could input a string or a variable name or whatever, which, like, you can do... Well, you can't do it here, but surely it could look it up during compile time, and then... You know? So then I could just have this function and call it exchange scalar value, and this would have an input, and then I could just be like, okay, you know, interchange the temperature between the air and the thing, and interchange the humidity and blah blah blah. Like, it just makes me mad. It makes me anger. Anyway, what was I doing again? Other than just complaining. Right, gigafunction. Attribute name it. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're gonna think you're gonna be like, what the fuck, when I show you this, right? So this is the Unreal Engine, just like simple 3D fluid sim thing, right? This gives Prismatiscape a run for its money. You can see why it... just... Anyway. So what they do... And keep in mind, I think this was before these nodes existed. So you had to set everything by index. So, like, you know, okay, fair enough. But, like, if you want to do something like set attribute, and I go into here... They've written a giga function where they... Okay, no, they are doing it by name. So that, like, they're doing it here, but then doing, like, a big... Oh, fuck off. Doing, like, a big switch. If density, then get the density thing and do the thing and whatever. And it's like... It's just fucking dumb. Like, why can it not just... Like, if it's a static switch, surely you could just access this by name as a little pin. And, like, you know, and you can only input a static name variable or something. Like with, there's like a little... Here. This is a static selector. That's why it's got the little S on it, which means it can't be changed at runtime. Why not just do that, but with a name variable? So that you don't have to, like, fucking hack together this giant switch statement. Because then it's like, right? Then it's just like, oh, like, I wanna fucking advect... Where's the advection thing? Advect fluid attribute velocity. And you look at this, and it's like... Like, again, another big fuck-ass thingo. But it's like, okay, what if I wanted to extend their, you know, 3D gas implementation and add, you know, a color or a humidity thing? And, like, even here, it's like, yeah, they're still using the, you know, here's temperature and attribute index, and then use the index, or get the index direct. It's just like, it's so... Literally went through this, did nothing about it. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's actually so fucking dumb. Like, I don't know. It's just stupid. They were worried about this being extended. I mean, look, you've got a good point. So is this working on an index and not even switch on string? Yeah, well, yeah, this one in particular is. Because you can just get the index of a thing, and then they have to do... I mean, it's stupid. In this function, they're doing... Oh, no, they're not doing it in here. Oh, that's for the... I don't know. It's just all fucking shambles. Whereas, like, I can do that exact same thing, but just, like, in, like, 3 stages or some shit. Like, it's just... I don't know. Sample at index... Yeah, exactly. Well, they're sampling at index, but they can get it by... They can get the index by name, but it's a hard-coded name. It's a hard-coded name. Like, why not just... What the fuck? Like, I just don't understand how, like, I can write attribute terrain normals, and it fetches that attribute, and it's absolutely fine. But I can't just, like, put in that as a variable. Because, like, that's literally, like, I'm typing this, terrain normals. It's text. And, like, yeah, the text maybe hashes to, or, you know, at compile time, just gets pointed to, you know, 3 indices in an array. But it's like, yeah, like, it's a pre-compiled compute shader. And, like, surely, like, you know, if I wanted to do something stupid, like, you know, loop over this and get the iteration, you know, loop index, select, and select, you know, string, and be like, okay, like, let's advect, you know, the temperature, and advect the humidity, and advect the smoke amount, and advect the condensation. Like, yeah, it can unroll that loop in the compiler and just do it as, you know, get these indices, get this indice, get this indice, and do it. But it's just not there. Like, what the... Who designed this shit? It's stupid. Stupid. The only real solution to make it, like, more modular like that is to just have a little cheat sheet of, like, okay, I'm storing velocity at indices 12, 13, and 14. That's the XYZ. And then the temperature float is at index 5, blah, blah, blah. And then you just, like... I don't know. I don't want to think about it. Anyway, interchange values. Interchange values. That should be called exchange values, I think. Let's call it exchange values. Exchange. Let's call surface exchange. Pris particles? Honestly... I'm this far from it. Like, I mean, honestly, it wouldn't be that hard to just, like, double-click this, go and look at how they've set it up. Do I want to... No, I don't want to do it right now. I shouldn't. I shouldn't. I should not. Resist the urge. Resist the urge. Maybe a smart person could do it for me. And just be like, yeah, why can't that be exposed as a thing? All right. We need to get the terrain grid get previous float value. This is called terrain. Give me 6 years. Yeah, fair. Terrain temperature at oh shit. That's our no, that's the Z values. What am I doing? Get here, you prick. I fucking love writing giga functions. I feel like I'm playing Factorio when I do this shit. Now, terrain temperature. What is the air temperature at this location? Well, for that, I need to do atmosphere grid, sample previous float value at unit, which means I have to do execution to unit, and we need to make... fuck off. Oh my god. Why would I want to make a fucking scale matrix, you piece of shit? Obviously, I want to make a vector. What the fuck? Alright, smack that in there. I'm just so mad. Air temperature. I should probably pass this guy up along here. Loves a good giga function. I should probably pass this unit along instead. Rather than... Yeah. So this gets done at the start. Based on terrain height. So what is the height value divided by cell size, atmosphere grid, cell... No, fuck you. Cell... Get number of cells, cells Z. So this is the height of each cell. No, what's my math? Terrain height in, like, world space, right? Now, what was 24,000 again? Whatever, I'll figure it out later. So, terrain height, number of cells, Z. Well, number of cells, Z, multiplied by cell size, world space, gives us the total height of the simulation in world space. So then the total height, 100,000, divided by... No, it would be this divided by that. So if it was at 50,000, that would be 0.5 UV space. So bam, bam, bam. Schwow, schwow. There we go. Alright, move you back a bit. And you, come on, get back here. And you know what? I will do this. Well, actually, that's coming off of here, isn't it? Yeah. This guy, these are all being shared. Fuck you. No, that should be a float. Yeah. Yep. Cool. I probably do want this above that. So it looks a bit less fucked up. Just setting up these train lines in advance, you know? So I can just pull off. Pulling them off. Let's chuck you up. Yeah, this is going to be juicy. This one's going to be a fucking juicer. It will be a Jesus function. King of the juice. Alright, let's sample you at here. You've got the thing. Getting the terrain temperature from our 2D fella. Should probably be getting him from here. That's how I'll be doing it later on. Air temperature, we're sampling at unit. Cool. Which is... yeah, the XY is coming straight from the index. That makes sense. Okay, so now... we're getting air temperature. We're getting terrain temperature. Now we need to, well, interchange them. Which means... fuck does that mean? Sorry, we need to exchange them. Brief peruse of Niagara types. Strings are not valid input time by default. That's probably why they didn't bother adding it for fluids. Yeah. It's just such like a waste, you know? I fucking love this track. Let's come off the lower one. Okay, so 3D goes on top, and this one comes on bottom. Cool. I kind of want this pin to match each junction here. Oh, pardon me. Alright, cool. Okay, so these are our lerpy values. Lerpty derpties. And that's just to do these. So air temperature, terrain temperature. How do we... What's the go? Air temperature needs to try and match terrain temperature. Terrain temperature needs to match air temperature. I guess getting the difference is the first thing to do. I mean, I should be able to just do 2 lerps, right? Although this will be... I should just be able to lerp air towards this guy, given some, you know, delta. Well, delta. And then... difference then average by time? Yeah, well, I can just kind of do that with a lerp, right? Like, if this is delta time, and then some multiplier. Because, like, the... well, no, I guess... Like, if the ground is warming up the air... Is that like an 100%... Like, obviously, energy has to be... maintained. Conservation of energy. But obviously the ground is more dense and shit. So, like, you know, if the ground... Let's say the ground is 0 degrees, and the... Well, let's say the ground is 100 degrees, and the air is 0 degrees. And from point in time to other point of time, if the ground raises the air temperature by 1 degree, does that mean that the air has also lowered the ground's temperature by 1 degree? At like, for that contact point. Do you know what I mean? Am I making any sense? But obviously, like, the ground heats up, you know, underneath the surface as well. To some degree. And then that would convect through it. Well, not convect, but it would, I guess, radiate and shit. Only the heat moves. Yeah. But, like, if we completely disregard, like, you know, radiative heat and whatever, we're just talking about, what do you call it when, like, you transfer air through conduction? If we only look at conductive heat transfer, we don't give a shit about, you know, latent radiative heat and whatever, then... yeah, then is it completely... I guess the problem here is that we're technically heating up a cube unit. Like a cubic unit of air versus a squared unit of temperature surface. Don't forget the temperature depends on how tall is a column of air in that zone of terrain. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. It's like, This is a cube of air. And this is a plane of terrain. Same thing Google AI spits out. Primary equation for heat dissipation from the ground to the atmosphere involves conduction, convection, radiation. Zoogle equation for the heat loss from surfaces surrounding areas. Q is a heat loss rate. H is a convective heat transfer coefficient. A is the surface area. And delta T is the temperature difference between the surface and the air. So that's the surface area. So Q's heat loss rate. While the surface area is just... For the... I guess it's just 1 in this case, right? H is the convective heat transfer coefficient. Yeah. Well, like, right, here's the thing, right? If I had a cubic meter of hot air and a cubic meter of cold air, eventually they would, you know, diffuse and conduct and whatever, and reach the exact same temperature. But then it's like, okay, let's say I had a cubic meter of metal and a cubic meter of air. Doesn't airspeed humidity matter for ground heat? It does. It does, Marcus. That's a very good point. If the wind is moving faster, then it wicks. You know. But yeah. So let's say I have... Again, let's say the air is 0 degrees, and I have a metal cube of the same volume that is 100 degrees. The equilibrium point isn't 50 degrees, you know? Because of the density of the metal. Because there's just more... Fuck, how... No, well, does it? No. Yeah. Well, yeah, heat capacity, but... Heat capacity might determine how long it holds on to that, but in the end, does it reach the midpoint between them if they're the same volume? Heat transfer versus density. Density affects heat transfer. Primary thought was influence thermal conductivity and convection. Materials of the high density tend to be better conductors of heat, because the closely packed molecules facilitate more efficient transfer of thermal energy in fluids. Density variations due to temperature differences drive convection currents, which also contribute to heat transfer. Density thermal conductivity conduction when heat is transferred through material direct contact induction. The closer the molecules are packed high density, the more efficient the transfer of energy. This is because of the more opportunities molecular collisions, which facilitate transfer of kinetic energy heat. Metals and glass, which are denser than porous materials like wood and fiber, conduct heat more rapidly. Depends on how much energy it takes to heat each material to that temperature. That makes more sense. Because like heating up a fucking huge block of metal to 100 degrees is probably harder than heating up air to 100 degrees because there's just more shit in it. It's just dense as fuck. So you have to think about the... I guess about the energy like, how much energy does 20-degree air have in it versus how much energy does 20-degree ground have in it. And so I guess that's what the fucking heat transfer coefficient, right? Will it just be coefficient multiplied by temperature difference because area is always 1? Yeah, I mean, I can probably just get away with doing this. Because, like, yeah, this is a cubic 100 meters of air that we're then setting here, whereas this is a squared 100 meters of terrain. And, like, you know, maybe the conductivity shit is like 100 times whatever. Who fucking knows? So I'm just gonna lerp it. Fuck that shit. We just lerp from one to the other. Too fucking lazy. That should be that one. That should be there. I mean, the other thing is that, yeah, like, a lot of this will kind of go out the window because of it's a video game, right? And, like, a day is way shorter in a video game than it is in real life. So, I mean, technically, yeah, like, the ratio between terrain or whatever might be different and shit, but I guess we could just speed up the rate. Based on... Because in order for weather to work, like, let's say we want to simulate phenomena such as when the sun rises, the wind comes in from the ocean. And then when the sun sets, the wind goes out to the ocean. That means that we have to, like... The land has to be as hot as it's gonna get. You know, over, like, 2 hours. In, like, 2 minutes or something. The simulation will be wrong and bland. I mean, yeah, that's true. Well, it's alert based on the delta time, but yeah, like, they are just going to reach equilibrium point. Well, like, I could do this based... I can put in other factors, like, yeah, the wind speed at this location and whatnot. But I think for now, this should be... It's enough to, It's enough to dick around with. So this is new air temperature, which we then need to do this for that one. Okay. Physical actually is almost never worth the effort. Yeah. I agree. There's a fine line between realistic and believable. And, like, as soon as you reach believable, then you've pretty much passed the test, you know? I say as I simulate the weather for an entire fucking world. But it's for, you know, it's for science. It's for trying new things. Sandbox, how are you? Only series with different climate conditions behave differently, you're fine. Yeah, exactly. me do a reroute. Alright, so these guys. This is top guy, this is bottom guy. Wait, is that the movement point? Yeah, so you should go down to meet him. And you meet that guy. Well, the words for dynamic and alive. Exactly, exactly. And I also want it to respond to changes. And, you know, when you're dealing with really compressed spatial dimension, you know, where, like, a continent is actually only, like, you know, 10 kilometers, you know, in, like, actual units, then, yeah, something. I sort of weather biomes for my day job. Nice, nice. How are you doing it? With, like, volumes or like bounding boxes? Is it more like the definition of the biomes or the more visual side of it? Oh, no, that should be that to there, this to there. So that then gives us this guy and that guy. You piece of shit. You are afloat. You are afloat. Yo, Bri! Long time. Long time, no time. Cool. And then I do actually need to set the new value of this guy. 3D on top, yeah. Set float value at this guy to be this guy. This is terrain temperature. Sweet. Alright, let's move along. Move along. Yo, it's Sov. The whole gang's here. We got Sandbox, we got Sov, we got Bri. What a great night to be streaming. Oops, I didn't... Oh, you son of a bitch. Here we go. True, it is, yeah, it's 1:30. 1:30 in the morning. I might put this guy on top then. So that, yeah. I hate that. Let me just put you up there. Oh, but now you're not a freaking float. Become a float. You dog. There we go. I'm so sick of the typecasting in Niagara. Like, it infuriates me. Alright, this should be doing a thing. And so this is our module where we just do this and we just Boop. Like that. Easy. Sounds good, Sandbox. Logic part, artist makes sorts of presets using volumes, tweaking post-process, lighting, sky atmosphere. Yeah, no, I get you. I get the gist. Do you use, can you do it with or like with oddly shaped volumes? I remember there was like a plugin about doing just like, yeah, any kind of shaped volume and being able to get like the distance from the edge and whatnot. That looked really handy. Yeah, now we're playing Factorio. Was researching about Niagara Grid 2D. Can you recommend stuff? I would recommend, if you want to learn it right now, there's a video by a guy named shit. What's his name? Let me look it up. Niagara Grid 2D. Chris Zuko. Chris Zuko, Niagara Grid 2D feels like a superpower, drawing locations to a Niagara Grid. That's probably the best place to start. Although I did film my own tutorial yesterday or 2 days ago about how to set up Niagara Grid 2D. And I also filmed one about custom Niagara functions, which they just need to be edited. So if you want to wait for those ones, like if you like my style, you could wait for those ones. But Chris Zuko's video should be good to, like, yeah, get started with it. Custom traits for like BSP, transform verts. Check over that with landscape. Press on from 0.0, then do my magic. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, is this gonna work? Let's go system overview. And right to RT. Let's go... Oh, fuck. Let's go this guy. And we'll just swoop him up there. Air, temperature. Grid. Yep. And also to here. Alright, air temperature. You are going to be all values. Who cares? There we go. So let's see. If we go to our little fella. We have nothing. Wow. Sweet, sweet. That's to be expected though. So wait, what was that called? Air temperature. Air temperature. And then... Oh, I saw something. Oh, hello. Oh wait, it's probably that I haven't set all of the, Oh no, I have. Surface exchange values. Delta time. Size, world space, blah, blah, blah. What did I set the initial... Set initial 2D. Terrain height, terrain temperature. This is based on the sea and the thing. I mean, yeah, it is doing it. You can see that... I mean, it's doing something at the very start. But what is it doing? That's what I want to know. No, it's upside down. I mean, I can see the the landform. to some degree. Let me turn the exchanging off. Right, so this is the temperature. Really cool. Set initial 3D parameters, where I am setting air temperature. Starting atmosphere temperature, 0. Okay, so it starts at 0. Very cool. And then initial 2D parameters. Sea level. Let's just say terrain temperature starts at 100. Whatever. Then we do our surface exchange. Okay, I can see something happening in some places. Very odd. Let me just turn off temperature advection, temperature gradient, velocity. Oh, maybe I need to turn them on, technically. Yeah, it looks like we're just getting the wrong... Let me just get the terrain mask into the alpha. No terrain mask? All right. Use chaos destruction to show influence of weather on fragile things. Ah, yeah, nice, nice. Hell yeah. I've never looked into chaos physics, or like the chaos destruction stuff. But I was thinking you could do, now that like doing GPU callbacks is way easier. Wait, where's terrain mask? What are you, is it just, if, no, what? Eh? Terrain mask. You're going to the alpha. Fuck. Is it because this isn't... Okay, just do it every frame. I don't care. Do whatever. Oh, but that's just going to set the initial... No, just on simulation reset. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. I will be right back. BRB. All right. Hold on. You know what might be happening? No, that should be it. Yeah. Let's just like not set the terrain temperature. We do be chewing. Yum. So this is the ocean. And it's pretty happy to do that. I can see like some points. Maybe my math is wrong. All right, that needs to have. Sorry for going my points 220k. I mean, I'll give you 2 bananas. If I was advecting temperature and stuff. I think it's just going too high. I think I've done a multiply where I should have done a divide in here. It would be like where I'm setting these, right? Here. Because if we get terrain height, terrain height divided by cell size. That's the terrain height variable on the 2D fella. Which is just getting the thing straight from here. But in the 3D, we're getting the... Well, I should be getting terrain height directly from here. Oh my god, go away, Visual Studio. Get out of here. No one cares. You're so cringe. Right, XE2 index. Let's get terrain height from here. Although it should be literally getting the same value here. So then I've multiplied it by 2, subtracted these guys. But that's height. Did I get fat out? Am I okay? No, I'm super stressed. That's what happened to me. Oh, I'm fine now. Okay, I'm still not getting the terrain mask. Why is it not? Ah, it's that bugging bug. Where it's like, oh yeah, do it on simulation reset. But like, you know what I mean? Wait, now where the fuck is it? Oh, is it a... Eh? What the fuck? Terrain mask. Okay, if I get it straight from here. Don't even worry about that. Just like do this. Show me the fucking terrain. Show me the terrain. Give me the bat. Give me the bat. Give me the bat. Where the frick is the fucking terrain mask? Is this still there? That's still fine. Break it while you're away. You bitch. You bitch. Terrain mask. Set render target value. Man. Eh? Okay, what about terrain normals? What are you doing? Huh? What the f... Huh? Okay, you know what? Fuck 3D view. Just give... What is going on? Why are you not doing any of this stuff now? Simulation stage settings. Execute always. Execute always. No, keep the terrain boundary. Let's turn this guy off for a sec. Right. Huh. I see. So now it's perfectly happy. There's our little terrain thing. So something in here is causing it to discard information from back here. If I do on simulation reset and on simulation reset only, and on simulation reset only, is that still happy? Compile these nuts. Right, it's still happy. It's still happy. So then, atmosphere interchange, compile. Where does all that data go? Where the fuck is it going? Like, what the fuck? Grid 2D, atmosphere grid 3D. I'm just setting some values, like no biggie. Like chill out. Wouldn't be that, it can't be that. Why is it getting rid of data? Let's just go, what's it called? Output. Let's just go, zoop. Oh my god, fuck off. Output, input into output. Oops. Because then we'll know if it's something I'm doing in here, or if it's just the fact that this stage exists. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you like overwriting that or something? Is there like some fuckery with... Our attributes clear before non-iterative stage? Maybe? Let's just live in half float land for a bit. Alright, which one is it? Which one are you little bastards are fucking me over? Let's go straight from you into there. Alright, so it seems like it's the set float value. It's getting angry. If I do any of these... Is it because we're not in this domain? Why can't I just set directly? Because like I'm saying, oh, grid 3D, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, atmospheric grid. So maybe it just doesn't want me to do that. Like, our data interface is the 2D grid. But I can give it a reference to the 3D grid. I can read values from it perfectly fine. That's just going to add so much extra computation if I can't do that. Is it because it's reading and writing? No, it's just angry. Stack context variables I attribute on grids. Let's do a linear readout. Nope. Well, yeah, I guess the only solution would be to then do the temperature to the thing. Or, you know, land... Oh, sorry, air to land, and then have to do land to air separately in a second stage. But that means that I have to iterate over every single thing, you know? Why can I not just... That's so annoying. Yeah, well, it's annoying, but YOLO, as they say. So why is this now not even... What is this using as an alpha? Like, what the... I'm just so confused now. What has even happened? Is this just getting annoyed? Like, where is our... Oh, there? Okay, well, there's our wind. Okay, so what was... The fucking terrain mask wasn't getting computed. What's the alpha value represent? I don't care. I do not care. That's funny. The wind on the ground goes backwards here because it's creating like a vortex. Like that. Or like this way or something, yeah. Grumple Stillskin. Hello, hello. Plugin's so cool. Finally got the point of my game I want to make users, so thank you much for making it. No worries. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And I hope you continue to enjoy it into the future. Right, so if this doesn't get done constantly, that has to be a bug. I don't know how that could be. Like, yeah. Like, why do I have to set the initial values over and over and over for the terrain mask and the starting air temperature? Like, it doesn't make sense. If I just remove a reference to the grid 2D in here, is it happier? Can I then just say only on simulation reset? No. It's just cursed. I don't know. Let me, let me just get a different stage altogether. And you're going to be iteration source, data interface, grid 3D, on simulation reset, put you into there. You live in there now. Now how do you go? You happy? No. Terrain mask. Something must be using, or like setting terrain mask to 0 somewhere. That means, like, you know, like execute behavior always means that, yeah, like somewhere down here, terrain mask is getting set to 0. And I'm gonna find out where. So I just yeet that, put this back into here. Alright, this is on simulation reset only. So it gets set here, this one does its thing, but then somewhere here it gets set back to 0, so when we come back around here, because this only gets computed once, then it's being set to 0. So if I get rid of this stack, nope. Alright, what about in update values? Nope. Alright, gradients and shit. Nope, not there. Advection stage. Diffusion? No, that doesn't... It still doesn't make sense. Oh, hold on. Wind velocity in pressure gradient. Wind velocity was red before being set. Default mode is failure free. That isn't loud. Blah, 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 blah. Well, that's fine. Is it you? No, because you're just getting, not setting. Let's just go to the local dudes. Wind pressure gradient. Just go to 0, 0, 0, 0. Terrain mask? Ooh, is that it? Is it because that's misspelled? No. What the fuck? Get out. So that compiled fine. We're not even fucking... You know what? Don't even dissipate at the terrain boundary. Divergence. Pressure. Projection. Nothing. What the fuck? Why? Okay, now it's not even showing up at all. Eh? What the hell? This is definitely getting, yeah, terrain. No, that's getting wind velocity. Ah, I'm a fucking moron. Terrain mask. Get here. There we go. Oh, so $10 if you name any variable in your BB. Houdini? It's funny. Alright. Now that I've got this here, let's go back. Let's turn things on again. Okay, projection stage. We're fine. Pressure stage. Well, actually, no. It's, let me fucking... On... Simulation reset only. Alright. Compile. Okay, why does it not persist down the fucking stack? Like... Okay, you know what? Fuck stack context terrain mask. I'm gonna do this. Get this guy set float value at index. No, not at... Fuck you. Set float value. Bam. I feel like it's... No, there is only one terrain mask, so yeah, no, it is fine. Let's get execution. Grid index. Bam. Value is this guy. We set. And just don't even fucking... Just fuck off. Get out of here. Terrain mask. Apply. Where are you? Where are you? I just want to punch this thing in the damn face. Then if I only do it on reset, it's like, what the fuck? Is it because of this? No, it isn't because of that. That would be dumb as fuck. Oh, good Forerunner. Hope you have a good one. I feel like it's just a bugged variable. So what I might do, let me try this, right? Set initial 3D parameters where I'm doing blah 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 blah. Getting the cell size, whatever, getting this, which is just texture, do your thing. Blah 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 blah. Let's just we're just gonna do a new variable, and it's gonna be called elevation mask. Wow. Stack context. Set that motherfucker. And then what I'll do is on simulation reset, down here, instead of getting terrain mask, I'm going to get elevation mask. Nothing. What the fuck? What if I do it like... What if I move this guy up there? So let me turn that off. Oh, you son of a bitch. Okay, okay, okay. Hold on. Hold my dick. Hold my dick. So if I put you back down here, then we're happy. Right, and this is on simulation reset only. Okay, so in compute terrain boundary, we are... That's where we're losing info somehow. Data interface on reset. Terrain normals from terrain mask. We're just setting terrain normals by getting terrain mask. That's all get. Yeah. Grid 3D collection. So why the freaking balls would that be deleting the terrain mask? Unless, for some reason, terrain normals is like overlapping its index or some shit. If that just skips it. Huh. But then if I But that's just getting the value. It's literally not setting anything. How can that be? How? Okay, you know what? Maybe just this module is broken somehow. Let's just like, that can fuck off. If I put this one in here, which is saying on simulation reset, the stage will only run on the frame when the simulation is reset. This isn't even doing anything, bro. Like, what? What do you mean? Is it because it's like trying to access the data interface? But it should be doing this one and then that one. So it's if I set initial 3D values. Well, let's just turn off... Well, let's turn on clear before non-iterative stage. So set initial 3D values. Sets the things. Perfectly fine. Very happy, very happy. This is just the... Here's 3D view. Here we go. Well, there's our, I guess, inverted terrain mask, right? So then, if I have anything after that stage on simulation reset that then uses the atmosphere grid 3D, it just fucks it. It just gets rid of it. Like it resets it, essentially. Which is dumb, because if you're calculating initial values, like, you want to do one and then you want to use previous values to calculate something. I mean, like, there is a way I can do it to get the boundaries just from the height map. But it's just super fucky. What if I put this guy in between it? Then I do this guy again. No, he's still angry. Right, so it must be that on simulation reset, you can only have one stage that is doing on simulation reset. I mean, I could maybe manually bind it. This is an attribute in the system which is written in a system stage and can be read anywhere. So maybe I could set them both to always. You know, but then have a binding that says turn off. And then it would compute them each. It's fucky. So what am I even doing here? I'm literally just doing a up, down, left, right terrain mask. I mean, I can just do it in the first stage, I guess. It's so annoying. Just means I have to, like, do all this shit 6 times. Super annoying. Or I can just set these to always for the time being and figure it out later. That is also something I can do. So maybe I can then do the atmosphere interchange. Like, maybe I can do this? Because, like, something was happening at some point. It's just that, yeah, this would have needed the terrain height variable. Which is from our 2D fella. Alright, let me just turn all this shit back on. Alright, now it's all disappeared. Is that because of this? Yes. Even though that's doing it always. Right, okay, so maybe I still can't do this. You piece of shit. So maybe I can't access or set values on a 3D grid during a 2D grid sim stage. So I'll have to do the interchange in 2 separate stages. Which is just... The reason it's annoying is that, like... That means to get the terrain's values into... Ooh, hold on. I might have a solution. I might have a solution. And it might take a little while to, like, test it out. But what if I made the terrain grid a 3D grid with only one Z dimension? Would it then be able to... Alright, let's just add... Let's go full hacker man. Brain blast! Alright, grid collection 3D. Terrain grid 3D. Fake 3D. Terrain grid fake 3D. Get the height and bright to only one direction in the 3D. Yeah, yeah. Well, like, yeah, if the issue is that the 2D and the 3D... Because it's iterating over the 2D, grid 2D thing. Maybe it just can't interface between them because obviously it's fucking spaghetti code. But if the data interface type is the same, data interface needs to be a subclass of Niagara data interface RWB based, for example, grid 2D, 3D data interfaces. But yeah, if I just have a 3D grid, but it's only got one Z dimension, because, yeah, the thing that I want to avoid is, like, you know, this is 128 by 128, but it's 32 cells tall. But for something like, you know, putting the terrain's temperature into that first kind of layer of air, like, I don't need to know up in the fucking stratosphere. Like, I don't need to iterate over them to figure out, oh yeah, like, should you be getting hotter or not? What I'd want to do is just iterate over every XY coordinate and then manually set the new value at the, you know, at the thingo. Like custom 2D floats to 3D volumes, massive way the results, but really shocked with work, funny limitations, probably the same automation. Well, yeah, yeah. Well, no, it's not that I'm... Yeah, no, let me just see if it works. If it does work, then I'll have to use, yeah, a flat 3D grid for the thing. It might not work because the, maybe if they're not the same dimensions, it will get shitty. But I don't care, fuck it. 3D resolution for our terrain grid fake 3D. You are going to be 128. This is just cells wide. Cells per row. Cells per row. And the height is going to be 1. So now we should have our terrain grid fake 3D. And I'll put you to be a half float. Yeah. Okay, so now in... down here, terrain atmosphere interchange, if I say the data interface is the grid fake 3D, right? All good, Jed, all good, Jed. Alright, so fake 3D, but then setting it on... Let's go grid 3D. Terrain, fake 3D. So if we then say... execution to unit, and we just get the XY from here. Vector to 2D, XY, 0, cool. And I guess we can just yeet that for now. And then same thing here, execution. Execution to grid index, and just get the XY. Hate how Niagara handles data. Yeah, it's a bit like unreliable in a way. So then here we would say terrain fake 3D set float at index. Oh no, fuck off. Just set float. Where we say index z 0, but then the xy comes from here. The value can be this. This is called, what was that? Terrain temperature. Sorry, so now I'm iterating over this grid, but setting variables on the other grid. Which, like, that's something that the, like, the example thing does. Am I gonna get errors? Oh, you son of a fucking bitch. Please, no. Well, let me just check. Is this... No, this is still getting stuff from the 2D. Let's just, like, not... Let's just unhook variables. Don't even care. Just set the fucking variables. Don't even get them. That can get culled. No. Fuck you, dog. No! Actually, maybe... Hold on. Maybe it's just because of that error, you know? Maybe it's not because I was setting floats on a different grid. No. Fuck. I want to die. Right, so I think I do just have to do it in 2 separate stages. I might be able to optimize it by doing a manual override the threads for the dispatch? No. Data interface 3D. So if I do a direct dispatch, X, this would be 2D, 128 by 128, then does this work? Well, no, because that's doing it. We don't actually have the fucking thingo. Okay, you know, interchange, 1 dimension, 1 element, 1 iteration. And in that 1 iteration, let's just say at index 000 and index 0000000. No, it just seems like accessing... Right, so accessing this at all clears the cache, essentially. And what's the fucking point of it? Okay, well, let's fuck off. Let's do, instead of terrain mask or whatever, set float. Can I do it within itself, within like its own thing? But like, you know, the 1 to, you know, positive Z or some shit. Like, is that what they intend to use it for? So you can do like, what's it called? Oh, so I can just yeet that one. Remove view. Fuck off. And then I was using that down here, wasn't I? Yeah, so I get terrain mask. I mean, at least I'm learning a lot about Niagara and how fucky it is. Okay, so if I said initial 3D params, blah, blah, blah. If I didn't set terrain mask here, right? So now this should go to 0 once it compiles. Yep. Then I say terrain mask set float value. Let's just say at the current iteration index. As this. And then set air temperature, whatever. Interlinked. Okay, so this thing is just broken. Like, set float value on my own damn grid. It just doesn't give a fuck. So what's the point? I mean, like, I can find a workaround. It's not hard to find the workaround. It's just that, like, it becomes 32 times more expensive to, like, you know, transfer things from the terrain into the atmosphere. Because, like, the terrain is 2D. The terrain map is 2D. But then, you know, the atmosphere is obviously 3D. Which, again, like, it doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things. Because it's, like, blazingly fast anyway. But it's just like an extra thing, you know, that needs to be done. Yeah, so this just straight up doesn't work. Terrain mask these nuts. Alright, well that's a nice little exploratory thing. I mean, the other thing that I'll have to do at some point, which is, again, going to be even more painful, is doing, like, a manual, like, manually caching values and stuff. Oh. Because, like, the weather doesn't need to update every frame, you know? It would be really nice if I could get it to, you know, update 64 cells in one frame, and then 64 in the next, and 64 in the next, and blah, 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 blah. You know, or even do, like, them in chunks of 128 or whatever. Because a GPU can do 64 operations simultaneously. So that would only take, you know, like a nothing burger. But the way that Niagara does the caching and stuff, it caches like the entire array each stage. Scenario variable float. No, that would be in Blueprint, like to set a user parameter. I mean, like, this might work if I was doing all of the, you know, if everything was fucking integered. But doing it by name just doesn't... You know what, let's go. Niagara grid set value by name doesn't work. But yeah, essentially what I'll need to do is like just have 2 grids. So I have the atmosphere grid 3D version 1, and then have a copy of it, and then flip-flop between them based on, you know. So like I can go through and do, you know, update all the things 64 at a time. And then after all of them have been updated, cache them or you know, switch to the other one so that, you know, grid A is reading from B something, you know what I mean? I've got no idea, Saferix. I've got zero idea. Zero idea. Right, I think I will take a tiny little break from this. Well, I've got the whole weekend to doodle with it, but so the 2 bugs that I've found so far, which are definitely bugs, is if you have 2 stages that are both set to execute behavior on simulation reset, it will clear, well, the second one will clear the first one, which I can get around by computing the normals kind of manually. So that one's not as annoying, but then the other one is, yeah, being able to, or just straight up set any variable in the thinger by name. I mean, I can get the values from the other stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Again, it's not the biggest deal. I can just do, you know, a terrain to atmosphere stage, and then an atmosphere to terrain stage. But it just ends up being a little bit wasteful. But if I'm doing it, you know, whatchamacallit, if I'm manually iterating them, then it doesn't matter that much anyway. Alright, well, I reckon I'll wrap it up there. Because my brain hurts. But at least we dug deep. We investigated. We figured out the limitations and how we're going to overcome them. And then I'm just going to try again on Sunday or Monday or whenever I'm at the computer next. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to do this weather sim too much longer. I just want to get it to like a decent stage. And then just shelf it for a bit. Just shelf it. And then we're going to go back to physical character movement stuff. Physical character movement, hell yeah. Although I need to film more videos. So I think here's the plan, right? Notepad. The plan. All right. Plan. Don't die. All right. We'll go Monday. Well, weekend. Or tomorrow. Until Monday. I guess till Sunday. Technically. Tomorrow till Sunday, I am at the beach. Alright, Monday. Film. Grid. No, we filmed the Grid 2D video. We need to film the fluid or incompressible fluid sim video. 2D fluid sim. Which is the Niagara Grid video 2. II2. What was the other... Was there another video that I was gonna do? Grid 2D? At some point I need to do a video about moving grid sims with player. That would be a separate video. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, then Tuesday and Wednesday. Weather shit. Thursday. Character movement stuff. Friday. Die. Wait, when do I edit videos? You know what? Monday. Edit. What's the video? What's the little video? Edit custom Niagara module video. Dank. Amethyst, do you have Resolve on this computer? Maybe if you're around, we can like Chinese sweatshop some videos out. Like all the ones that I've filmed. Just like both hunched over, just like full gamer mode, just editing. That sounds like a fun date. Yeah, yeah. I saw it. True, true. Alright, cool. Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So this video is about, let me show you guys that if you weren't here earlier. The aim is with a 30-minute video that people will have a fully functional thingo. Fluid sim. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's see. Content. Dump. Niagara videos. Niagara video level. So yeah, this is like the topic of a video. Soon TM. Ooh, spooky. Bleh. Forgot those things are in there from that video. Okay, I'll probably just yeet them, right? Just get lit. Balls. Any balls in the chat? How do I do, yeah, roughness spec. Yeah, now we're talking. That doesn't look very metallic to me. Is it because it's so dark? Yeah, now we're talking. UT, this is working on a sphere roller character movies. By the way, I developed one myself last year. Want to take a peek? Hell yes, I would love to see, you know, if I'm a complete crazy person or not. Oh yeah, that looks fun. That looks very groovy. Ooh. Roly boy. Woohoo! Is yours XY locked, or is it just balancing really well? Oh no, I can see it. Yeah, tilting. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, so you're doing thrusters for the ledge movement? Oh, yeah, I see. No locking. Yeah, I've found that as well. It's like very hard to do stepping up. So how's the step up working? I guess you latch on and apply, or you're pulling it up, or are you like just doing forces on both thingers? Hell yeah. That's sweet talk. Finds target height after some trace shenanigans, then applies an upward push using the same controller used for stuff like movement and jumping. Gotcha. Hell yeah, it's so solid. So are you using a physics control for the ball itself? Because I was just using a, what do you call it? Physics... what's the old one called? Basically the old one. Which, like, has, like, terrible gimbal locking and stuff, I've found. But it definitely has to be a motor so that, like, you know, it can, if it wants to lock at 0 speed, then it will roll along with the, you know, the top capsule.